All right. Welcome, all my Hypno Junkies. We are back with another Ace Attorney stream. The time for this changed like 3 times. It had to be rescheduled over and over again. But we're ready to go. It's been a real fun day. Sometimes you just got to juggle things. Oh, man. Okay, so yeah, we are going to go ahead and get started. One thing I will say, which I thought was interesting, I found this out much later than I would have liked to have, is that there is actually a mod, or rather just a DLL, that you can slap into the directory of this game that actually changes the names back to what they're supposed to be. So Holmes is back to being Holmes, Watson is back to being Watson. Some other things change as well. Some of the other weirder names, I don't know why they changed Iris's nickname for Ryunosuke, for example. It's like Ryun or something in this translation, and I remember thinking, what the hell is that? Susie makes sense. Susie's just, Susato. But then it decides that, what the original nickname that she gave her was just Ryu. It's like, what's wrong with Ryu? Whose copyright is being infringed on by that? The only Ryu I can think of in video games is the Ryu from Street Fighter, which is made by the same company as this game. So what's the friggin' problem? I don't know. I've thought about subbing those names in, but I think I'm going to hang off on that for now. What I think I'm going to do instead is, I was thinking about not doing it all. I was thinking about doing it immediately. What I think I'm actually going to do as a compromise is I will switch the DLL out when I start the new game. So we're going to go finish the rest of this game. There's only a case and a half left with the old names, well, the new names, the names that they subbed in, like Herlock Sholmes and Wilson and Hurley and all this other dumb stuff. And then when I start the second game, then we'll go back to the normal names because they just make better sense. Every time I see the dumb names, I just think, well, that's dumb and it's taking me out of the experience. I mean, it's not Herlock Sholmes, it's Sherlock Holmes. We all know this, okay? Who are you fooling? But anyway. I am fed. I am hydrated. I am ready to rumble. We are starting this stream a little bit late, though, so I'm going to be taking it a little bit easy on the voices. Partly because I plan to muscle through this entire second half in one shot, just like we muscled through the first half. And I want to take it a little bit easy on my voice. But also, this is a later stream than normal, and I don't want to disturb my neighbors. So let's take it easy there. But we are going to get right into it. And let's make this happen. It is time for the Ace Attorney Chronicles once again. Part 2 of the 4th case. And I'm looking forward to this. Again, I'm going to be taking a little bit easier on the voices. But, of course, we got a whole bunch of new voices, too. That's one of the annoying things about this game. You try to feel out people's voices, or characters' voices, and that's hard enough. It's not like I've been super consistent, as anybody who's been watching this series has noticed. But you keep getting new characters introduced every trial because of the jury system, so that's a little bit weird. Thankfully, some of the jurors start to repeat after a while, I think. But, anyway, enough chatter. Let's do this. And here we are, ready to defend Sasaki-san for the charge of almost murder, because I'm pretty sure the person who got stabbed is still alive. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Not me. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. So quit your bitching. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one or only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as a research may seem a little crass. He's not wrong. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. That's gotta be Saseki just flipping off as always. Good morning! I'm not doing your crazy voice again, man. It's too late in the day. Ah, Miss Saseki-san, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Also, you've got like 7 different cases of OCD going on here. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. I also heard something about birds, and I forget what Biff Stroganoff used to say. But I don't really want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink, and now my mouth is full of worms. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Well, good news. You don't have to do anything. It's all my work. Do all literary people take things so literally? Clever. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Saseki-san. At least his voice, at least his name is normal. I guess they didn't have a problem with using that. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm going to do 4 things again? Yep. 2, terrified to tremble. Well, that's a lie. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. My God, you shake any harder, Kevin Bacon's going to show up. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, longest name ever. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Why are you calling me Mr.? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Do people just get to sit in on these things? Do people go to court and just be like, instead of going to the movies? Well, I guess they didn't have movies back then. Maybe this is what passes for entertainment in, 16 whatever the hell we're in right now. Let's go to trial, watch someone get screwed over. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Sasada-san? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Look how smug she is. Look at the look on her face. How happy she is to just be like, I haven't got a clue in hell. Don't hide the truth from me. It's all because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that's probably it. They're here to watch you get killed, buddy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Miss Suzuto-san? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning. Why? And yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Greggs had told us something similar, didn't he? God, he's handsome. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded, also known as Cogsney McGundle or something like that in the actual version. What a harrowing experience that was. Why was your name changed? Cogsney McGundle or whatever is... I don't know, sounded cooler. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. I wonder if we'll get an answer. This isn't mundane to me, motherfuckers. This is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh, I meant no offense, Suzuki-san. I'm just reading the paper. It's just what the paper said. Well, lest we all forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. I'm that important. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. It's me. I mean, it is. Again, we have no idea what Zeke's backstory is. I think we're going to find more about... Well, we have to find out more about it in the second game, I assume. But, yeah. It does have something to do with me, or just the fact that I'm a Nipponese, as he calls me. Blah, 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 it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with him. I'm friends with the Reaper. I follow Callie on Twitter. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Naruhodo-san, of your uncommon bad luck. Just bad luck. I'm the ultimate unlucky student of law. Thanks for that. That's the explanation. If only I could have got one of that Irish dude's lucky charms. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? You were so happy to see me yesterday. Least lucky lawyer alive. I'll let that alliteration slide. You got lazy with that fourth word. Well, let's not forget that I'm the protagonist. That it was you, exactly, Suzuki-san, who asked me to represent you. Yep. Chew on that. Yeah, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck or anything. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the better. I will fight your corner. I will fight in your corner? I'm sorry, English isn't my first language. Sorry about that. I will fight in your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Saseki-san. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us. You're not alone here with us, Saseki-san. That sentence threw me for a minute. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. We will fight your corner. You've earned it. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikitoba Esquire S. I feel like half of those weren't words. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this. I forgot it. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense with a C. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. All right then, Saseki-san, it's time. Let's go. Oh, no. Trouble. I'm summoning Kevin Bacon again. That's it? You faded to black for 2 lines to fade to black again? This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. More glitches in the background. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Is that where the glitches are coming from? Because you're haunting me? This time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Even though Cogsley probably did it. I mean, come on. He got off, but doesn't mean he's innocent. Whole new crew. Mostly. Hey, Santa Claus. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Sure, why not? The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is pretty ready. We're thinking about it, my lord. You're not. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart is another one that got his name changed for God knows what reason. I remember laughing at this name thinking that can't possibly be right, and it's not. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Still kicked your ass, dude. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Start with the racism right off the bat, I see. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sasada-san! After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. What I said, but more polite. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. I can already tell I'm going to need alcohol for this. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. I still won. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. His celebratory barbecue. You won, but did you win? Did you really? Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are something that I missed. Both sides are in fine fettle. This game loves its funny words. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Nope, but we're going to do it as super partial members of the public. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play to everyone. Juror number 1. This is clearly, like, literally, obviously it's fair play. He literally just said fair play. Come on, we're not blind. Aw, you're a cutie. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. You're just a dork. Well, not me. Maybe you can be Irish. I don't know. I need to use Cogni's accent for something. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella. Oh, it's E. Honda again. I'm not going to go too overboard on her voice. Again, I don't want to be too noisy. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible the mustached foreigner did the deed. This guy kind of looks like... No, he's a different dude. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah, super impartial. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Was this guy... No, it was a granny last... It was a woman. That's right, this old dude. It wasn't an old dude last time, it was an old woman in the last seat. I'm gonna give him the voice that I gave the old dude in the first trial. I need to use that for something. It's gonna destroy my throat, but we're gonna do it. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. This has nothing to do with the case. The accused in the docket today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Saseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. I'd love to hear the motive for this there, buddy. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Was just involved in one 2 days ago. It sucked. Oh, just look at that. Shh. Sallow complexion, short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Yep, there we go. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3, Hadouken. Now, that's E. Honda next to you, man. She can't throw fireballs. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. I'm going to need a new one of those, because I'll go through like 12. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Is this Gregson? Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Yep, Gregson. Hey, Sean Connery. Your name and occupation, please. Sean Connery, thumb. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Oh, that's what she looks like. I remember seeing this face, and I thought I was getting spoiled for something in the second game. This is the face, because she's face down on the concrete. You never get to see what she looks like. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Moving on. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. That's the name? I wonder if that was the name of the original translation. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Man, this happened before the last trial. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder, for a change. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Most useless street map ever. Literally a road. Literally one block. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. God, you look shifty. I know you're innocent, but God, you look shifty. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Yay! Get my court record. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Hang on a second, something just fell over. Be right back. Fixed. Moving on. Even the scragged-looking Saseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Ho, ho, ho. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Yeah, well, that's the thing. We don't have one. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a rather poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yeah, that's right, so suck it. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
I haven't seen that animation yet. This is how he gets angry, and then he apologizes immediately. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. You just brained someone, dude. We're going to be having a trial right after this for you and him. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. I don't know, man. Detectives in these games seem pretty unreliable. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. All right, gumshoe, let's have it. I mean, you are a gumshoe. It's not even an insult. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. All over the ground, I think he should have said. Those being a number of old books he's just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Done. Sorted. Jury, downright fierce. Do it. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. A color photo? Damn, look at this technology. Was this taken with an iPhone? Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Ho, ho, ho. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Give me that. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So they say every trial. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? We'll use the misters instead of the sans when we're talking in front of the English blokes. Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Again, taking it easy on the voice acting today. Green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Like I said, man, technology. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. And the witnesses we're going to hear from earlier. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. We were told about witnesses. Someone told us about that. I forget who. A fact that the accused concedes. He did. He's not wrong. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. I'm not sure there's a whole lot we can press him on here. Proceed, please. I have a feeling this is going to be another supposed to lose. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I'm not sure what we can really catch him on here. That all sounded fairly straightforward. Alright, let's do a quick review. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Unusually light. For England. A rare case when you could see more than 5 feet ahead of you. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Lines up with Saseki's account there. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Still say that should say ground, but whatever. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. What do you think? Oh, that's not the voice. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid... Uh-oh. Okay, so this is going to be a supposed to lose. She's already talking about how the jury thinks we're screwed. Okay. Well, get ready for that. Then Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yeah, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. So pressing is just going to bury me here, just like it did in the last trial. Alright, well, let's get about it.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. Yeah, that joke Simon told earlier, not a joke. True facts. That's light, is it? You ever been to Newfoundland? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. I could go for a London fog right now that they're talking about it. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. What does this have to do with the case? Yeah, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. We're just going to talk about the weather for around here. Sure, why not? The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. This has been a public service announcement. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Still not hearing about those witnesses. Because otherwise, who cares how light the fog was? Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. There we go. Now we're getting about to the witnesses. Ah, yeah, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? I was wondering when they were going to come up. That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, madame. Well, the jury's going to flip off on that. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'll just beat you here and now. You'll get skunked. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. You don't have carotene back there? The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. We are so proud of ourselves. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'd be able to. I still think the jury is going to dump on me. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. He's a sharp one. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Whoops. I skipped a statement.
Hold it!
That's what happens when you play with a mouse. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't meant to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear that victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. And you slap the desk like a wet fish, so I know you're wrong. I'm halfway through. I'm surprised the jury hasn't jumped on me yet. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. The ground. I meant to say the ground. The ground. That thing outside is not the floor. Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Many books. Many books. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. I don't know about that. No, I don't think so. That'd be tricky, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? I don't know. If I was walking along to stab somebody, I'm pretty sure I'd secure the things I was carrying before I did it. If I was walking along balancing a silver tray on a stick, I wouldn't consider it a terribly good time to go stabbing someone. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he's just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
No jury jumping on me yet. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. I have a feeling I'm going to trigger something when I get through all these. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. I know the location, yeah. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like that. Something like this. Alright. Little extra info. Now the jury's going to jump on me. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. As he openly admitted, let's not pound the point any. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... I mean, the I can't remember if the name came up on the point of the books there. What are my choices? It wouldn't be the stock, because I don't think anything about that was mentioned. Yeah. I can't remember if the name matters. Like, did the name come up for the name of the books? Like, was it printed on the books where it came from? I don't recall off the top of my head. The location... I know the location's going to matter, but it doesn't matter now. I'm going to roll with location. I'm not really sure what I should be doing here. The crucial detail in what you just told the court inspector is the location of the bookshop. It is crucial. It's just really bad for me, so I'm not sure why I would bring it up. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? I literally just told you. Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I got the map out and everything. Used red bloomin' ink and drew the bloke's road home on it for you. What do I look like, Gumshoe? And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yeah, right, yes, okay. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. Did I pick the wrong thing? Maybe I was supposed to pick the name. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. Okay, no need to rub it in. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. I have not yet begun to blunder. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Is there something I could look at? Hang on a second. Bourbon, whatever. Oh, there we go. Okay, the name does... Okay. I was wondering if the name had been mentioned somewhere. It looks like it had been. Alright. At least I didn't lose any health for that. Yes. That one's been... Sorry, I made a mistake. I am such a bitch when I get something wrong. Good lord. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. I'll get you next round. You just watch. Alright, we'll press this, and then we'll go back to the thing we should be pressing. You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Who? I don't have that DLL. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in whenever whether we've asked him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Holmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it, without my permission. Sorry. I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hand on any details, we'll all be reading about it in Ranced magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Holmes. No, Mr. Holmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Holmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector. Calm down. If the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah! No, then I'll stop getting my royalties from Iris. It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yeah, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. Little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. Which is weird, considering he didn't buy them where the guy says he bought them. What do you think? I think we've done this part already. Alright. Let's go and do the correct thing. Whoops. Too far. That should be the one. Zippity zippity zip. Tell us more about the bookshop. Well, if I must, blah blah blah. I'm kind of glad he chewed me out for asking about the location, because I know the location's important, but I mean, he did just tell me about it. Thanks for the content, Greggy. What he just told us is vitally important for a totally different reason. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I'm just bluffing. I don't know what's gonna, yes, I mean, it could be a very important clue. Please don't make fun of me again. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Can the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. I love the word patronizes because that can be taken two different ways. Do I want to press this, or do I just want to present what I know is going to be the thing? Because that's the thing. Let's just throw it at him.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. I get to call you Sunshine anyway, even if you got it right. Ha! This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yeah, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. I have nothing to throw right now, so go on. This receipt was issued from a book called Your Books. Oh, it's so clever. That's a pun worthy of an Ace Attorney game. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord, so Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? What? You say what? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tombs, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that may be of help. Oh, yeah, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, I'll bet it's over on the right. It may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all, even though he admitted to doing it. Could that be true? My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Lost you. Oh, is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. We'll just point it out on the damn map. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mersham Street going east. Mersham. I like Mersham. Let's go with Mersham. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, he still would have gone the same way. Never mind. That doesn't help. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. The Big Berry Circus, or whatever it's called. Susanoo's getting pissed. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. Now it's Gumshoe putting up with us and not the other way around. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. We ain't friends, buddy. Shut up. Wherever the man purchased his musty tombs, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Literally what he said before. I can say it some more if you like, but if I have to smash my glass every time I do it, it's going to get expensive. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What'd I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. Well, what do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from Your Books, but... Hail Mary. Oh, I did the hard slam. I was right. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Again, Saseki-san admitted walking down the road, so I'm not sure why this is being heavily debated. Yes, my lord, you can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable road to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Objection! Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which road he took home. Again, my point, he's already said. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such a questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Oh, how convenient. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. Well, then he could have just taken the long way home. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which road he took home. Well, if he remembers passing the woman, then clearly he went where he went. I don't believe this. Saseki-san, why are you so useless? I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think I'm about to eat some fireball spam. He just doesn't care. Everyone's angry except number 3. He's just like, whatever. That's how it is, bud. I agree with Lord Von Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, in every way. What? No, I don't believe it. Does this mean... We, members of the jury, are completely convinced now. I speak for everybody. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, we get to hear their voices.
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh, she's deeper. Oh, he's much lighter than I thought. Fireball spam! 6-hit combo! Finished! It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. And so's mine. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo! No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still got the thing I can do. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. The summation, explanation, thingamadoodle-abob. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this thing around, somehow. Those are the eyes of quarry not yet willing to give up and die. I don't know. I'm in a disagreement there. Okay, those might be. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial, regardless of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Worked last time. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, the absolute letter of the law that nobody was even following and forgot about until you came along, we shall proceed with a summation examination. I'm not even sure it's there. I'm just taking your word for it. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncus refusal to throw in his alley. Uncus. Uncus refusal to throw in his alley. Uncus. Uncus. I'm going to have to look that one up. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Let's see how serious these are. For pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity's already admitted himself, didn't he? Okay, well that's probably not going to contradict anything. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? I don't really see how that can contradict anything either. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Okay, that's probably going to contradict something, because I have a feeling we're going to learn something about those streets, and she might know it because she lives there. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I have a feeling that may contradict something on a technicality, but we'll see. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Oh, well, you're useless. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No. Not worth a visit. Okay, not sure why that's a grounds for guilty, but alright. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Just like every trial where you're wrong. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. Or I'm going to toss you across the room. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yeah, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Ever forward forging. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Let's do it. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Maybe. You know, if I was in the jury and I saw this guy standing in front of me like that with a frickin' katana, I might be a little intimidated. I'm ready to change my vote. Hang on a second, I'm rethinking this. For pity's sake, little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? Well, we're going to press all these because I have a feeling more info is going to come out. I don't think we can work with what we got here just straight. Excuse me, but aren't you... Yeah, the other guy from earlier. Yeah, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. What are you saying? If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? That's because I revealed your borrowings, don't I? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Well, you know, that was like 2 days ago, man. Water under the bridge. Come on. We're bros now, ain't we? Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. Well, you borrowed the money. If I could turn back time, I could find a way. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Oh, thank goodness you're impartial. I'm glad they got someone who's impartial for this. Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Maybe he's Mr. Second. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, so I could only have been the victim. Whoops. Don't skip me, bitch.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let's not forget, ma'am, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the victim. You don't understand. He said he didn't do it. Well, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life's over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. What's to say about going through your funny little minds? Oh, that's how it is. I see. I cannot tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I'm going to post it on Twitter later. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself had stated that there was no one else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. Well, you're going to trust him when he says that. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Man, this is just like playing Among Us. Jeez. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. Praise me, give me lots of praise. That went well for her. Okay, so I'm going to have to... I didn't think I was going to get anything out of you two, but you guys were going to have to dig something up. I have a feeling this is going to be useful. Oh, the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you draw the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fella actually went that way or not. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Stop talking about facts, please. It's not good for me. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? I mean, that's also true. Please quit talking. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, I mean, you're saying nothing but facts, and that's not good. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you don't want to get home as quick as possible. No. Can I give you $20 to stop talking? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. Ah, there we go. We got to get something like that out of the other three. A reason why Saseki-san might have taken the longer way home. I have a feeling it's going to be jury number 5. We're going to find out he works the roads or something, and then find out there's some reason why he couldn't have gone the other way. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'd be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Boy, that's 3 strikes there. This is not going well. Alrighty, Honda. What do you got?
Hold it!
No, I'm just done. I've gone through the first 3 jurors, and I'm like, nah, I'm deflated. All my motivation is gone. I'm sunk. I'm finished. All hope is lost. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Gerdeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? Why are you here? The master's wife? Where did you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. You're gonna blow my cover. She's keeping up that charade? It's gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's home, does he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been there a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime like this? Oh, my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. One of them foreign types. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. Can't trust people with mustaches, you know. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. Clearly a psycho. I've heard them, you know. People thinking he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How can people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. I'm sick of worms! Don't mention worms to me ever again! Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Well, that's 4 out of 6. Please tell me you work the roads. Please tell me that's got to do with the roads. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line, too. So is my family. Okay. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. Simpler times. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. Here we go. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meersham Street it was. Well, there we go. Meersham Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets in this entire damn city. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with? Nah, you ain't going home for hours, buddy. Buckle in. Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. Well, that's easy enough. Let's do this, and then we'll search for the, our other one. That seems pretty straightforward. Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point to us at me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. I'll dust you. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there was work being done on Meersham Street, making it impassable. We don't know it was impassable. Just because you were digging up the road doesn't mean the sidewalk's dug up. I mean, it's a wide road. Surely you can go around. But, whatever. See, I know how to keep my mouth shut about important information that helps my client. The road was impassable. Someone was out there with a shovel? Impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Brow Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. There we go. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. All right, fair enough. They spelled it out. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Don't you point at me like that. I said I changed my mind, wouldn't I? I'm being nice. My lord, my judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. He might still be, but we'll see. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Sorry, buddy, you're not getting back to work. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Just like a road. Hadouken. Two down. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful and very, very lucky. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least, strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stances as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yeah, that's exactly what we gotta do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Just chillin'. I take back all the compliments I gave to the jury. They're dumb as bricks. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. This is very entertaining. Yes, my lord. I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where the trial goes from here. Alright, don't care about you. Now, you. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to contradict anything, but as always. Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? What am I folding? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. Man, everyone here is involved in the case more than Sasaki-san is. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Yes, thank you, old man. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? I literally do nothing else with my day. Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. Here we go. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, frog in my throat. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. He's wearing a green effing... You gotta be joking. I'm amazed I didn't pick up on that, actually. I should have seen the green coat and thought to myself, alright. Game got me. How ridiculous is this? Not only is he in the area, oh yeah, I could have seen falling, green raincoat, same road, same time of day, had books. This friggin' series. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Because this sounds impossible. This happened on Calabash Road? And you were wearing that jacket? And it was that time of day? That's right. I live in cornpipe, you see. I live in a literal cornpipe. That's why my throat's like this. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist. But that is some convenient BS. You add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be significant. Good Lord. Huh? Sorry. Extremely sick. No, I'm quite all right now. Don't tempt me, old man. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds. Blah, blah, blah. We've already said this. 2 more to go. We just figured it out. Deliver the finishing blow. I knew how to do a Suzuto takedown. And now I'm imagining Naruhodo just jumping in the middle of the 6 jurors and starting to go into the flow combat sort of thing from the Arkham series. Takedown, boom, combo. What the hell is this? Boom. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. I mean, you got a katana. Jeez. All right, so is it the woman? If he says... Oh, well, she said woman, so therefore, I mean, it can't be who we think it is. It can only have been the victim. I mean, you say woman, but I have a feeling...
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasonings. What? What are you talking about? What are you pointing at me? A flaw? What are you talking about? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Why, whatever you mean, sir. What? I'm still not extremely sick. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, well, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 accounts of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets on the exact same time of day. Oh my! What the hell? I agree, that is some convenient BS. My goodness, you mean? Old man still can't hear me, so everyone else is commenting. That's right, I'm referring to hard of hearing juror number 6. What? No, I don't want a Pikachu! Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Huh? Sorry? What? You need to pee? I don't need to know about that. Go ahead. Oh, you need me to move out of the way? No problem. It's like seats in a movie theater. We all gotta stand up and let you go by. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route home back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. What? You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk down the streets these days? Huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Is it a crime to be a juror and not be able to hear what the hell's being said? Huh? Is it? Oh, it is? Oh, never mind. I'll sit down. Yes, you look fine, dear. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of nice, not naughty. Thank you. And I would too, because I'm pissed. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? I just want attention. Hadouken. Kaikoken. Mrs. Garadeb didn't change her vote because E Honda can't throw fireballs. Well, that summation examination concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Just like before. The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. We can all go now. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Yeah, what is this? That is some convenient BS. I agree with everyone else. You have got to be S-ing the F out of me. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Nah. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. You are dumb as bricks. What do you mean? Exactly. I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Hey, everything I said was true. It was their convenient BS. I just pointed it out. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. How many... At least 3 of the jurors were actually on the scene of the crime, because Garadeb was in her little apartment area. Laborer dude was tearing up the road, and the green overcoat dude was walking along and falling down. Literally half the jury was on the scene. How is this my fault? Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement, which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? I mean, it didn't sound like much. That's why I said it must have been a small road. And I thought the guy said he'd have to go back, and they said they'd been turning people back. If they now turn around and say he could have totally walked by, then that's some anti-convenient BS. Anti-BS. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much. But the guy said! We heard him. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Why would someone run and jump on an icy road? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Why would you not do that? No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn away any gentlefolk when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. That doesn't mean he jumps over holes in the dead of winter. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. If he's just come on. Don't give me this. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. I mean, I can't disagree with this. I've already said over and over again, he clearly walked down that path. His books are there. He admits to what happened. And he admits that he was beside her when it happened. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man! You can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? Well, he wouldn't. It's not like we're proving anything here. We're just examining the possibility. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Well, back at you, 1,000 to 1 to prove that he saw the old woman. Or young woman. Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I don't get to talk during that. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. Also, I'm a huge troll. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh no, off with the cape! Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, off with my hat. There we go. We're getting serious now. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. I use my other arm now that my cape is gone. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. I like how the scale is still in my favor, even after Zeke's just finished dismantling us. Next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Multiple times. Even Simon's commented on it ad nauseum. Like, what? Oh yeah, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. All right, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as witness, and no matter what they say, slow zoom, slow zoom, slow zoom, I believe in Saseki-san. I know he's innocent. I'm just going to keep sitting here until this camera goes up my nose, because I know he's innocent. Ah, it stopped, never mind. And I'll keep believing to the very end, till this battle's over. Oh, you two. I'm already out of sparkling water. I'm going to grab some more from the fridge soon. Witnesses, please say your name and occupations for the court. All right, sleepy boy. What? What am I doing? All right. What do I do for this guy? Maybe like Gregson, but more breathy and higher. Yeah, I kind of like this voice. I wonder see if I can keep it. Can I hold on to this voice? Can I summon it when I need it? But I gotta sound sleepier. Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. Patricia Beat. Pat Beat. Rolly Beat. I'm sure the puns are about walking a beat, but I can't find them specifically. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Okay, maybe I don't have to worry about doing his voice that much. No, it's your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I would just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor, despite having a really silly name. And a man of slumber. Oh, snap! On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report. I've already lost his voice. Blah. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Right after this nap, sir. Sir. I'd like to say, sir. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Why do we keep calling it a floor? It's called the ground. Inside is the floor. What is wrong with you people? Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help in a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him, clear as day. Good testimony, Rolly. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you'd established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Why are there not fireballs already flying? What the hell is wrong with you people? Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. He never disputed to fleeing the scene, by the way. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, who already admitted to this, so what the hell?
What?
What? And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
What? No, really, what?
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
What?
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
What?
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Let's just go through the whole thing like we usually do.
Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the ground. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw.
What they say they saw.
Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does that leave us?
Didn't he already admit to this? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, I hate that minigame. What do we do?
If Kazuma-san were here,
what are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. Mostly because that's his job.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Watch, the dude's got a photographic memory and we just don't know because he's not talking.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Because you're in an ace attorney game, mofo.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work, which is
why he's in his threads.
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh yeah, my little thing here.
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Huh? What? I just finished my beat.
Pat and I were headed back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Just wear it all the time. It's my kink. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear. That doesn't seem healthy. What's a kink?
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now? Is that evidence I get to use against you? Gimme.
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all the policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 minutes every single day without fail and without a grumble.
because I know that the plumbing of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
I didn't say I was Batman, but sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with a lot from being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such joy to behold.
If a little over the top, maybe. I'm uncomfortable around public displays of affection, Susato.
And then, kindly describe what happens next.
Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
2 silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction.
Oh, that's a new CG.
There was a rather fat figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Still could be the old man. What? Yeah, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
That's choking me.
Huh, what? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold.
Too late.
Your answer, please, Miss Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Oh, Mr. Beat.
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the street, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, my God. However, they're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Can we run? Can we just get the hell out of here?
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now.
No, Rinosuke. Believe until the end.
What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the ground. Then the others scattered something. Before running off.
Hold it!
Why do you keep saying floor? Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yank.
Where am I?
What? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was some old books.
I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim laid on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. Let's just see it again for the 100th time. Not a whole lot here.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
That's racist. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, the snub nose, the trembling, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away.
I was being chased by Kevin Bacon. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Kevin Bacon was not actually there. Now please continue.
Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help in a nearby police box. It was a TARDIS. There was a doctor in it.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Police uniforms are her kink, choking is his.
Huh? What? Ah, yeah, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. Why would you call your wife Miss Beat? I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I just realized his hat's pretty beat up, too. He must just fall asleep and land on things.
I ran there as quick as I could, and I asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yank. Oh, choke me harder.
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. I just fake being asleep so I can get choked some more.
Let's move on, shall we? Don't want to hear about your fetishes.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Whoops. Ah, it's just like a Japanese person to skip over my text.
That's one thing that annoys me about this game. It's like, come on, you don't got to make the after testimony commentary so long, especially if I've already seen it. See, Undertale wouldn't do that. Undertale would be like, oh, you've read this part? Here's a shortened version.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
Don't try to gaslight us. Oh, I'm super bad now. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I have you know. We would have to for this primitive lighting. Good lord.
Right.
We don't have eyesight like you Japanesers. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It sucks. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Oh, please, choke me harder. Choke me harder, Patty, I love it.
Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about...
No, I love it. I love it, sir. The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's definitely how it works. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Huh, what? Ah, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, the Kevin Bacon, unmistakable, sir.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sasuke they saw running away from the scene of the crime. That's the end of the testimony. Am I screwed now? Oh, here we go. Okay. We triggered a thing. I was afraid it was going to be like the last case where I have to repress things before I can find something, because that was some BS.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, sure, I guess.
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No, it's really not that at all. Except it is.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Oh, I'm about to say something that's going to bury everything I've done. Go on, quiz me, quiz me. I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. She's going to say there are 4, isn't she? And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That'll do, Miss B. No, it won't do at all. I need to give the defense an out by saying something incredibly stupid. Just you watch me go. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a moment that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. I'm Woody and Buzz Lightyear now. Perhaps you'd like the opportunity to supplement your testimony with something I can poke holes in, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Yes, let me say more things. I just can't shut my mouth. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I don't respond unless you're choking me. You know what Daddy likes. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped to the scene. Oh my god, I just stepped in it. Why did I have to do that? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, it's the obvious one. I don't feel like pressing this.
Objection.
Just take it. You wouldn't shut up. I'm just going to smack you with that 4th book across the face.
So you're saying there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingamies Something. See? Perfect memory. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh, no. 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 What flaw? My memory's perfect. Simply that at the scene of the crime, there was only 3 books, not 4. We win. Everybody go home. Busted. Did you see my 360 no-scope? That's it. Lawyer out. What? No, that's not how that works. Have a good look at this photograph for print. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it contradicts you. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But, no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, you can't fool me. Sorry? It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book. That's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even with her insulting her size, even though you actually called her fat earlier, even though technically Psy'Min did that for you, but never mind. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. He could only hold 3 books in one hand, not 4. That was the prosecution's argument earlier. 3 books? Maybe. 4 books? Nah. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Oh, I got evidence. Maybe. As soon as I think of what it is. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Probably this? Yeah, so those are the 3 titles that she mentioned, along with the thingamajiggy something or other. Yeah.
Take that!
Eat it. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books.
Yeah, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. There's no way she had a book. I mean, 4 books? There's not 4 books. Come on. Who else has a book? Not me. Do you have a book? No, I didn't think so. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madame, suck donkey balls. What? You mean you actually... you did the thing he said he was going to do. So it can't be denied. that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Your entire testimony is invalid because you can't count to 4 properly. Oh, no. Oh, no. No! I'm keeping my voice down because they're neighbors. No!
Like there's any mystery about who said that. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. I can't remember if Gregson was specific about the number of books that were dropped. If he said 3, then, you know. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
But she can't count to 4 properly. That means I win, right?
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. God, I hope I said those words right. Would that be fair?
I mean, yes, but you didn't have to say it.
But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh?
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
I knew it. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say...
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
Dun dun dun! I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. There are 4 books. Who'd have thunk it?
As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's ample torso.
Don't fat shame. No!
Order, order!
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm not liking, but I'm looking.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember them perfectly. The Picture of Monsieur Somebody or Other.
The Picture of Monsieur Lecoy.
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for somebody.
A meal for Gabrio, in fact. A meal for Gabrio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly. Absolutely flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Praise me, give me lots of praise.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
I literally showed you a picture. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
Oh, that's not the odd part. It's not at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book? Victims can own books? What?
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. A corner of it seems to be missing.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the council, please. To the court, please, counsel.
With a plume, my lord.
All right.
All right, show me that, please. The prosecution rests. Oh, God, I wish that were true. Yeah, that boy's seen some damage. I wonder if we can examine that now and get anything useful.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
Huh, a book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag? Oh!
That does update something. Okay. I'm glad I did that. All right. Well, that may save me some time later. I have nothing further to add.
I wish. What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes. Holy hell, that was entertaining, but futile. The spurious, longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true.
Isn't that right, my darling? Oh, something snapped there.
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
Get me to a chiropractor, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions.
Ah, no, don't do it again.
Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is it the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Ding, ding, ding. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence.
Stop leading the jury! This isn't fair!
This trial has run its course.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Oh, do I have to make a choice now? Oh. What do you do now? And this is the one that's going to cost me health. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do for this. Do I have something I can raise an objection on based on the evidence that was passed to me? I don't think that's going to help. This isn't going to help, at least not yet. No, not really. Do I want to examine this for something? Ooh. Why is that missing?
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Miss Sasato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yeah, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh, dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
I would suspect that it is, but I can't remember why. I'm not sure how that's going to be a factor in anything. Is that all I've got? That's literally all I got. Okay, it didn't add anything to my evidence. It also didn't give me a check mark. Is it still the same thing? Well, you should give me a check mark if I've already examined it, you doofus. Alright. What's in here? Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green. Yes, she is. Female. Obese. Early 20s. Location. The floor. Reporting officer. Rolly B. Oh, we didn't get his thing, did we? Did we get his little book of Bobby, you know, affirmations, his rules, his code of conduct? I have a feeling that's going to be relevant. They showed us a graphic of it and everything. I'm surprised it didn't go into our court record. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Is that going to matter? Olive green from her personal effects. Maybe her name is something else, and that comes from something that gets questioned later. Apart from the single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the next day. This is all the evidence I have. I don't have the... I'm going to try raising an objection. We got full health.
Objection.
It's going to ask me for a reason, though, isn't it? I'm not done yet. I'm not letting this go to the jury. Have you seen these guys? No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. Suzuto, do my job for me. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, yeah, just like that. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Oh, what?
Your insignificant little Easter Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this. Hey, at least your courtroom lets women in. You should see mine.
Oh, you did not just say what I think you just said.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
You still need some sort of contradiction. We're waiting on that. One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance. We are very progressive here, so the court will hear you, madame.
Go ahead, Miss Susato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? I'm being as sarcastic as possible here. What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
What? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think?
I mean, I already looked at the burned book. I know it's important.
It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for.
It's really not, but it will be eventually.
The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yeah, okay. Spell it out for me a little more, Susato.
This is it.
I remember Susato. I remember saying Susato. I'm pretty sure that's the pronunciation. Susato.
Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste.
Maybe I did pick the right thing.
The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
I'm sorry, what?
You said you rest. No take backsies.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, I mean, I already got a new thing from the fact that it was burned. Is there anything else to look at here? It's just the fact that it was burned? I mean, that doesn't mean anything. So she was carrying a burned book. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case. What about this? Do we see anything new in here? I don't really think this magnifying glass ever actually shows anything that you can't just see in the picture. I don't think, anyway. I could be very wrong, but at the moment, I'm not impressed. I mean, I've only got two pieces of evidence, and there's only one we can examine in any significant way, so time to pull a Phoenix Wright and just bluff my ass off.
Take that!
The music is still going. This sounds bad. Oh, no, wait. I think I did it. What, could I have presented either? What is the new evidence? Literally the new evidence that you gave me. Either of them. Whatever. Fuck it.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Maybe not.
I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained an hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, my lord, it's,
I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Zeeks, you wouldn't play me like that, would you? You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't pull a Von Karma on me, would you?
Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Call me Nipponese again, bastard, I dare you. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which the fourth book conceals?
What does this have to do with Jack Diddley Bupkis? But it is the only thing on here, literally, that I can... Yeah. You know, fire. In the middle of the winter street there. It's been badly damaged by fire. I didn't mean to actually examine that. I wanted to present it. See the flaking edges of the burned pages? I think it's a sure sign the damage occurred relatively recently. Yes, a book damaged in a recent fire. That definitely rings a bell.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back?
What do you mean? Good gracious!
It's been burned to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Not really. Maybe she's just taking it to throw it out. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Huh?
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
I don't know. I was just pulling stuff out of my ass. It works in the other games.
That's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try.
All right, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory.
I was about to, and then you interrupted me.
What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? The shop that sold it, its owner, its content. I'm guessing its owner, because we're going to try to tie this to the fire at the Garadebs, which means it belongs to them, and not Olive Green.
My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense, 360 no-scope's a very credible answer. What? How can you possibly 360 no-scope?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to parody Call of Duty. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Bitch, I got an airstrike. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial.
So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Can I pick either of these? I'm pretty sure it's his, because he's the one who was talking about the books. And he's the one who went and got him, too, because that love letter was in that book he brought home. So I'm guessing it's him? Who else do we have here? Oh, yeah, there she is.
Hilarious. Hey, how old is that dude? 32. Damn. Holmes is older than him. Well, Mr. Trumbull's here. All right. But, yeah.
Take that!
I think that's pretty standard. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant had his lodgings. Oh, there's the 360 no-scope. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The landlords. How the hell did you actually shoot me with that? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. Boy, we got a few coincidences in this jury, guys. Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than E. Honda herself.
Oh my goodness. Me? Would you stop calling me that? My name is the Beast. I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm
not E. Honda. I'm Mr. Garrett's maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. All right, then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrett's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is malarkey. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
I don't have a shred of evidence. I have burned evidence. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, man, at 5 o'clock on this day, shit was going down all over town. Another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mr. Garrett's house.
What sort of incident? That's Mr. Garrett and his wife, sir.
A fire, my lord. Oh, here comes that different music. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, no. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favourite. A book called The Lion's Pride. He even named it for us. The Lion's Pride? By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, now what do you got to say, Yonda? This is risible. Risible. Am I going to have to write down all these words and look them up later? This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. This is the most risible thing I've ever seen. I'm going to call you Mr. Risible from now on. In which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it's not as risible as you might think if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. I'm his maid! Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. What? Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames. It was like Dawson versus E. Honda in there.
Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you really? Our marriage is so much better than theirs. Tell them that our marriage is better than theirs.
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. She's more of a Karen type, sir. Had all my favourite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window, and ahead of an enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and
and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrett window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also know signs of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. But it's not conceivable that the window was opened at the time, and... No, it's not... Is it not conceivable that the window was open? When he said that the glass broke, I almost had an image of like... I mean, obviously you can't go through the corner in Street Fighter. You beat someone there and they're like stuck, so of course the window can't break. But then I had an image of Guilty Gear Strive where it's like she busted him through the side and sent him flying in that glass breaking animation. If you've ever played Guilty Gear Strive. That just occurred to me. Now I'm just watching Mr. Garrett sail through the air. And it's pretty funny. Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Dude, the apartment was full of smoke. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Miss Garrett's wife? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't see that in the patch notes. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. What? I'm assuming that's Pat. Oh no, that's going to be Mrs. That's going to be Honda. Yeah. I hope that everyone can see you for what you really are now, you foreign little trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with that beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family name. Also, I am technically a beast, as we talked about earlier. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. To right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now? Listen to this Nipponese spout out in his fancy foreign theories. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the moustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. What? Basically. Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again about to spam fireballs. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then must one always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Who cares? If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Oh, snap! What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? Nope. Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
What?
Despite my throat, I'm still having some fun with these voices, I think. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Suzuto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. They've just activated our trap card, that's all. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. We're just going to keep doing this. It's like a filibuster. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
It's not over until you drag me kicking and screaming out of this courtroom. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its... Oh, God, not again. Stop. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued, except it's not going to be continued because we're just going to keep going because I want to do this in 2 shots. I want to get through this game. The next game I plan on doing is going to be more of a weekly thing instead of a twice-a-week thing. But this game I like. This game I'm excited about. This game I want to see the end of because I have no idea what happens in the second game, and I hear good things from just the generic reviews, so I am excited. Let's make this happen. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. It's not a request, it's a right. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Can we just rule this out of the books before the next court trial? Because this is getting tiresome. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. God help us. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? What, this again? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I think at some point these guys just start spouting nonsense, and it's not even why they think he's guilty. It's just like, I wonder what's on TV tonight. The jury's contentions. Here we go. The accused left behind evidence at the scene. Didn't he? Those 3 books are his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, I can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it?
What's your excuse?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Only does like 5 damage.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. That's my excuse for this guy going to jail. Fuck it.
What? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. They gave me the sneezes. I remember when we had a fire back in the summer of 1812. Oh man, it was a doozy. Almost lost my cat, I did. Was wearing my favorite green overcoat then, too.
Shut up! Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, except for that 6th one. He still seems a little bit, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. I appreciate that. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene of the crime, at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? I'm going to super duper quick grab some more sparkling water, just because I know we're going to be in here for a little bit more of a long haul since we just hit the to be continued. So I will be right back real quick. Alright, we're set, we're back, we're golden. I got my sparkling water. I'm like I'm like Cuttlefish Frankie. Just fill me full of carbonated water. 3 bottles. I'm good to go.
What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need provide.
Oh, is that it?
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. Delightful.
And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Hell no. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. That hurts. Why do I keep doing it? Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, E. Honda. We have a book that disappeared from the Garredeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Maybe the other 3 jurors were on the scene as well, and we'll find that out this time. That's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garredeb and how she reacts. Even to the things other people say.
Oh, we got to do the pursue technique on the jury this time from the sound of it. Interesting. Jury examination. They're all crazy. End of examination.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman were throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. What? Come to think of it, let me tell you about the time that we had a fire at my place. It gave me the sneezes.
Oh, I can't even... Okay, fine. We'll just go back then. For some reason, I thought we could go all the way through the thing, just like the witness testimony.
Anyway,
Hold it!
but as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. This is absolutely vital evidence in some way that I'm not sure about. Well, what difference does it make? But there's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belonged to the defendant's landlord. I care why. Yeah, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, the landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. I mean, that's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, point is, the fellow and his wife was somewhere else when it happened. I mean, yeah.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
Not helping. So it could have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I'm nothing left witty to say.
Alright, so you're useless.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh, my, such delight on your face, but I am afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. You thought you were going to have something there, but nope. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. What do you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic. What do you say?
so I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. I mean, let's be clear. There's nobody rational in this room right now.
Even if the women were throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window is closed, can it?
I'm guessing we're going to find out the window was opened by one of the other ones, but I'm going to press this anyway. But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure? I mean, there was a fire in there. Can we not talk about that?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't open it. I'm not getting convinced here.
Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bick. Yeah, no kidding.
Come on, Ryunosuke, even I'd call you out on that. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
That's not such a thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett. Would you stop doing SM to me, all right? No, 5M. Stop hitting 5M next to me, all right?
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
I'm a boxing character myself. I'm like Dudley. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess around, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Remind me never to get married to an Englishwoman. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Let me tell you about this Jezebel lady I met earlier. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, oh, here we go. You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Oh, well, we'll come back to that. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. Well, it will be.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Cesato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. I'm gonna have to re-present to someone else now that I've already done that because it's annoying. What? Come to think of it, we had a fight. Yeah, whatever. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Defendant? What? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? Oh, here we go. Had to open a window, didn't you? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was that some kind of devil worship? We don't do that in Japan. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. Flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
There we go.
Did you open a window, sir?
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
Bingo. The windows. Sorry, frog in my throat again. The windows.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. They put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. I'm surprised he didn't change his testimony. Is he sticking with that? As well as how he or she could have done it. Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. These guys suck. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I love how we're both just refuse to admit that either of us, like, oh, we're the logical. No, we're the logical. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yeah, our arguments aren't logical yet, Ryunosuke. They will be, but we're not there now. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. I thought I needed to get a name and a method. Oh no, we're just going to go for bluffs.
That's the spirit. Bluff your ass off.
Alright, has number 6 changed his story? Aha! He did. Well then, that seems fairly obvious. That's the only one that goes, right? He's the one waiting for an alternative explanation, and number 6 has got it for him. Oh, I see. The light only comes down for the one that I'm pitting on. Alright, fair enough. I mean, I guess it has to be this, right?
Objection.
Those two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
What? They do. How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you, it wasn't me.
What?
Juror number 3, do you see? Huh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations? What the devil's that got to do with anything?
It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh, crap baskets. Oh, I'm a dumb. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrett household. And Mr. Garrett had the following to say about it.
This is just hearsay, by the way. Mr. Garrett's not here. We're just talking out of our ass.
The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat!
Oh, clearly you don't overfill the cup when it's your lap the cup's over, do you now?
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Definitely not. I'm just going to drink tea like a mad woman. Also, I need to pee. Can I be excused? I need to go somewhere that's not here. E. Honda! Oh, dearie me. Why do you keep calling me that? How dare you imply that I'm a fat sumo wrestler? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been that easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would have been terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. I used my V-trigger. I had to keep going till it was used up.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window is open.
Who cares?
We simply must have that added to Miss Garredeb's formal statement.
Oh, is that what we're going to be used to pit? Does this do the pit now? Oh, or do we still need to pit?
Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
The window could have been open when the window was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Okay, do we convince you now? Do we convince you now? Is that where this happens?
Objection.
Oh. That's not... No. Oh, okay, it doesn't like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense.
Huh? No, it's not.
I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. There's no contradiction as far as I can see.
Okay. That's some BS. Their seat didn't turn white. Come on. Do I have to press them again? Do I have to press number 3 again?
Hold it!
Oh, you're just going to make this difficult, aren't you? At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Garredeb household on the opposite side of the street.
Yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold.
Do I get to do that? Do I get to just hit you again even though I just did it? Let's just go through this time, because I feel like... I don't know, I feel like that's going to repeat the text we got before. Let's see what we get if we just go through raw. We also know that Mrs. Garredeb was throwing flaming books at her husband, despite that not being in E Honda's move list. What is this, Mugen? Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window, decided due to his wife's frenzied attack.
Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out the window. Only
what?
Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road. That's all.
Huh? I was wondering when we were going to touch on this.
So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really.
Oh, I see. That wasn't enough? What's it going to take to persuade these people? Oh, wait, no. Okay, let's pick on you because you changed your testimony. The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garredeb told us he had been reading.
Well, I mean, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? Like she's going to remember.
I did.
Okay, maybe she did remember. Yeah, even I was surprised by that.
It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
'Cause what the hell does it have to do with something getting stabbed outside, you bloody doof? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
I really don't do that. Suzuto, back me up here.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Oh. You got something to say, buddy?
Excuse me.
That's another can down. I drink sparkling water like God who drinks coffee. What is it, juror number 5? Oh, because he didn't remember something before. Now maybe he remembers. Okay, maybe this is the memory jogging. You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. Huh? I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
What did you call me? E-Honda, and then the Beast, and now Granny. I'm going to kill the lot of you. Yep. Who are you calling a Granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garradeb, or the maid, or E-Honda, or the Beast, I'll have you know. I've still got my 5M.
The maid doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to... Oh, the man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Hey, man. English women, I'm telling you. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Meanwhile, Zeeks is just sitting in the corner like, dear God, I'm just going to sleep through this. This is so stupid. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day. There's that word again. Earned. I love saying earned. And I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny dropped out. Oh, dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. That's terrifying if you picture it. I'd get a divorce if I was you, buddy. I'm just saying. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined, or I'll throw you across the room.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. We'd rather just throw the people themselves at the household objects. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Should I be running away right now?
Never mind. I didn't say anything. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare.
I'll borrow one of Iris's guns.
A woman in a fit of rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. So, what we're going to have to bring up is the fact that Mrs. Garradeb may have actually thrown the knife in question. I'm not really sure how to bring us about to that, though, so let's just keep pressing this guy. Man, we are really just... The jury and I are just having a powwow here. Zeeks is just sitting over off on the side, reading a few good books and thinking about what he's going to have for dinner. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown alongside with our relationship. This is a tolerant man. Why did my tab just crash? Hang on a second. My laptop that I'm using to monitor the screen the stream just decided it was going to die on me. Alright. Never seen that happen before. Alright, carrying on. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. The hell? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. I'm going to go read some MGTOW books if you don't mind. I'll be right back.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote.
but I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here.
Now, how am I going to bring this up without losing health? Because I don't want to make an accidental... Like, I got to find a contradiction. I got to pit. And then see what I can find. You technically changed your testimony, so I'll press you again. Did you change your statement from before to something equally useless?
Well, yes. It was one of my most memorable birthdays, you see. I couldn't let it go unremembered. And this just seemed like the time, you know?
I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you're using his trial to explore your past.
And how is that memory related to this case exactly? What? Sorry. What's that? You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid.
Never mind. He's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. But actually, this old man's anecdote might just provide the alternative explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors.
We used unlit candles on my birthday this year. It's just safer that way. Learned our lesson, we did.
So the window was open when the Garretibs were arguing that day.
Yes, Miss Garretib has finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense if we could only figure out how to use it without the game digging us. I feel like the fog's starting to clear. An alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself.
So the alternative explanation being that if the window was open and someone threw a book out there, what if Miss Garretib threw the knife? But how do I connect those dots? How do I play Ace Attorney, as it were? Because anyone who's played this game knows the game wants you to do things in a very specific order, and if you try to get too far ahead of it, it smacks your hand. You haven't changed. You're just that. Oh! You haven't changed your testimony either, but can I... The window could have been opened, but of course you don't care. Huh. Alright, so I feel like we've gotten our use out of you. Oh, I forgot I got a right click, not left click. Alright. At least that was quick. So, I don't think there's anything new to press. I pressed you. I pressed you. I didn't press this again yet. I wonder if that'll do anything.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, I believe. Wait, I remember him saying tidy edge. Oh, wait, I have seen this. I actually don't mind going through all this because I wonder if it's going to trigger... Okay, both of these guys, I either have to clear the smoke, but I need to find a contradiction. That's not going to do it. Whoops. Can I go through with this? Can we just assume... We've established the window was open. If I pit you against 5... I'm really hoping I'm not... I don't want this game to do me dirty and give me a game over because I'm not giving it explanations perfectly like it wants it. I'm tempted to save, but I don't want to be a save scummer. Let's roll with this. We've established the window was open. I can't connect the dots entirely between these two people, but maybe the game will let me get away with it.
Objection!
Oh, thank God. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Yeah, we're doing things roundabout today. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean?
an alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garredeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garredeb household to the street below.
And what's this now?
After all, Mrs. Garredeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
Isn't that right, E. Honda?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm E. Honda, not Cody. I mean, I'm the Beast. I'm not any of them. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. So this is what I was trying to present earlier. The game just wants me to do it like this, I guess. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garredeb household to the scene of the crime was... dun-dun-dun-dun! Don't tell me that's wrong. Oh, come on. Juror number 4. E. Honda. What? Now, stop calling. I'm going to stop responding to that. I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh, now we're getting to the real questions. Now we're getting into it. Now we're getting in the deep of it. Oh. Good Lord, Counsel, what are you earthly doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! Now Zeus is waking up. He's like, wait, this is interesting. My lord, remember that... Hey, he just came back from a 5-day vacation. Wait, what's going on? My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garredeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who was backed up against a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh, even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Yeah, I just have to establish reasonable doubt. Oh my. What? Mrs. Garredeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? I didn't call you Honda this time, so now you have to answer. You got a bad poker face, lady. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, oh, he's going to be reasonable, is he? But thankfully, after all that work I did, at least it's just going to give me my 4. But I have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, lads and gents. 4-hit combo. Hell yeah! Of course she's not going to vote the way we want. He's guilty! He's absolutely guilty! He's guilty! He's guilty! He's guilty! We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. Again. 2 jurors call guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. What? Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
She's just hiding under there now, like just like,
Oh, crap!
I don't want to be here anymore. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? What? Oh, I'm awake. I definitely need more alcohol, though. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Is that the first time he's actually drank it, rather than smashing it or throwing it? Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Now he'll smash it. Yep. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined, even though I was actually there like twice and I could see everything. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards.
That's about 14 meters, Naruhodo-san.
To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. I don't know. Have you seen what goes on in these Ace Attorney games? Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. I don't know. Tell him about the pendulum in the third game. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, but it's so sexy. Miss Suzuto. Serialized... Oh, you insulted her serialized detective stories. Oh, yeah. Now she's taking it personally. How dare you?
What did you say? Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here. Oh, that's a cute side-by-side. I don't think we've seen that yet.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
Again, you've done Suzato dirty. Now she's gotta take this up. It's personal now. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning, and as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
That's why I was hiding underneath the chair.
Order! Order! Order!
I'm just going to turtle now.
Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
That's how offended I am. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks! Could you stop ruining the carpet? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine, if my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it. Then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
And
and we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Well, at least Rolly's had a real good nap now.
Yes, sir! Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir!
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir! Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
We're at about 3 hours here. Let's see if we can wrap this up by maybe 4.5. We got a long way to go yet. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh, that sucks. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir! The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for 1 minute, sir! Nothing strange to report on that front, sir!
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir! Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo.
I found everything. Everything is in my book. Top-hinged casement windows. Top-hinged casement found it. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
All right, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate. Inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
This is the detail I was waiting for.
Absolutely correct, sir! In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the panel or the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No!
You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. You are now a Jedi. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be! Oh, this is not good for my back. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw him how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord, oh good. Another desperate situation. Alright, let's get through this and then go back to it. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
I am so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrett if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter.
Do you really think so?
Well, that's about it. Think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garrett's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it?
You're right.
And then there was Mrs. Garrett's reaction to me showing her the knife. Like I said, she's got a terrible poker face. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear.
Yes, we'll just keep doing our investigation in the middle of the trial, because that's how these games work.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this.
Yeah, I was wondering when we get our hands on that. Can I borrow that for a bit? I want to see that.
It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. Psy'Min remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Still disturbed by public displays of affection. No, none of that's what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yeah, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett domestic dispute can't be related to this case.
But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Uh-oh. I was about to say, this should really just lead into the next statement, but what's this all about? Yeah?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
Can I have your book now? Please give me your book. I'm going to bury you with it. Give me. Do what all the witnesses do and give me the rope that I'm going to hang you with.
I wasn't prepared on going back just yet. I only just got here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Excellent. Thank you.
You are going to very much regret giving me that.
You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett household are top-hinged casements. Whoops. Yes.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
Just keep giving me more info, guys.
Here is the location where the object would have fallen. Just to spell it out for you.
Yeah, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for someone to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? I mean, never mind that I was actually in the place like twice. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How did you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Uh-oh. No idea what this is going to get us, but I see an exclamation mark.
Excuse me.
I pursue it, because I'm playing an Ace Attorney game. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Huh? Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Here it comes. Lucky, lucky, lucky. What do you mean, lucky?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Definitely want to fall asleep now. Not looking for the choke this time. Constable Beat.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir.
Huh, that really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house. Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
I just love the look of the deer in the headlights look on Rolly there. He knows what's coming. He knows what's coming. He knows I'm starting to get him by the short and curlies here. Extraordinary people are. Bobby's tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. Yeah, that must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case file's information has been updated into the court record.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Please stop talking, Pat. Please stop talking.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry.
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
I'm just a statue. I know I'm screwed. It's coming. I can feel it. And it's not sleep. Can't it guide you to answering the question? Psy'Min, could you knock me out real quick? I don't want to be here.
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. It shows the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw this poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran over to help her. I didn't need to go and fetch help, but my trusty Roy was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh,
Was he?
Yeah, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, shut up, quickly. That's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. Oh, my God. So I suspect I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, but of course, a true Bobby's never really off duty. Sir! I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir! Nothing strange to report on that front, sir!
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the odds honor, sir! Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burned copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? That sounds like some convenient bullshit. We've had our fill of that already. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Oh, good point. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Oh. Okay, again, we've reached the end and there hasn't been... I was trying to think to myself, what's the contradiction? But it looks like we don't have one yet. Once again, Patricia's going to hand us the shovel we're going to dig her grave with. Just like every witness in this series. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Well, I wasn't really... what's she doing? She's totally right, though. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony. Give you another opportunity to stick your foot in your mouth if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the stage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks our policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Brody won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue to put your foot in your mouth. What could she possibly be able to say, I wonder? Oh, please, bring it. Is that... Yeah. So that was inserted. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you told us, even though I'm now questioning what you told me. I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. His description keeps getting weirder every time we hear it. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, well, yes, that's a little embarrassing, really. I've always ended up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rody. He gets ever so cross.
Here we go. Help us help her bury you, if you don't mind.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? Huh? What? Where am I? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Almost like a suggestion? Well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
Bouquet? The bouquet? What bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his routines. Or doing his rounds.
Routines are something I do, not him.
Yeah, that's romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Huh? What? Oh, yeah, but that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
Why? Why? Why not talk? What was that? What? What's this all about? Constable Beat looks very obviously troubled during that exchange. Is there... Hang on a second. He gave us that book, but we never actually looked at it. Is he not allowed to take money he finds? A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Not relevant to what we're talking about at the moment. Relevant later.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. They don't want to talk about it, so we better make him talk about it. Mrs. Beat, the bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to, even though my husband just told me to keep my mouth shut.
Uh-oh, I have a bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling.
What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Did this replace? Yep, it did replace. I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Okay, this is I'm gonna need details on that.
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw, it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me. with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household.
In front of the Garrett household?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Judge knows what's up.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Okay, do we then present the flower here? Let me take a look at that bouquet. I get to examine it. Nothing fishy. Nothing fishy, I don't think. Don't use that yet. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh, is this where I throw it in? A present for Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it moved. But where's the bit where it moved? Am I going to have to repress things? Okay, those shouldn't change. I don't think that'll change. I'm going to bust my way through the presses real quick just to see if anything else comes up. And see if the game is trying to do me dirty again. I don't trust it now. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already. It was already dark. Looking for our lucky star. Okay, we've done this. Yep, none of this is new. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. Okay, so that's no good. I did leave the scene, and this I'm fishy about with the rose. I feel like we can do something with that here, but let's see if... I still get to skip text, so I'm pretty sure this is not the way. And this is all old text anyway. Yes, adorable. No, nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but that rose got disturbed. That rose moved. What's going on there? Actually, wait a minute. Did I press this? I can't remember if I pressed this. This is a new statement. Oh. Yes, we did press this. There was nowhere near the victim's body at all. Whoops. Busted through that one. I didn't want to. What do you make of all this? This is new text. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. A fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime. made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Okay. This time it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay. The question is, where do I do it? Let's do this guy like I was saying. Let's boost through this again just to be safe. But judging by what Naruhodo-san said, I have a feeling we can actually do what we need to do. Strange. How did it find its way to the victim's hand? I'm almost certain I have to present that flower somewhere. Yeah, we got this. Boom, 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 boom. Go, go, go. Alright. Fair enough. I didn't, but nothing was disturbed, but the flower was disturbed. But the flower doesn't say anything about being disturbed. We just know it from other testimony. Nothing strange to report on that front. Is it that? Or is it that? Interesting. I can actually drag the window around. This game has some weird ways of letting you skip the day. Clicking on the arrows does nothing, which is odd. But you can literally drag the window left and right to cycle, or you can right click and left click. But anyway, I did leave the scene and to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly. I don't know. I feel like this is the actual contradiction. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I feel like the flower. I mean, she dropped it where she stood. I'm going to risk health on this one. I may lose health, but we'll see how we go.
Objection!
Oh, thank God. Okay. Your claim, Constable, beat that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager?
Objection!
Are you insulting my bouquet?
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It had nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, which would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact,
It was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly did something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, E-Honda's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. What? But the person responsible for this tampering can't admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. It's like when I heard the word earned and I just started using it everywhere. Tell us, my learned friend, what would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yeah, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. This is what I love when they say this sort of thing. It's like, all the logic is on my side. Meanwhile, 2 seconds later, all of the logic is on my side. Wait, no! Reverse Uno card, bitch. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. You don't want me to say it, but I'm saying it.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Fake 360 no-scope. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that?
There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Oh, God, I'm getting off on this. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I'll bet it was him. He did it.
Protection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing this out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well, maybe.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Might I remind you that Saseki-san has no motivations for stabbing Olive Green? You know, can we be reminded of that? Can we bring that up? Can we just keep that in mind?
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged, on the naughty list permanently. With that stork warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Is this in evidence, or are we getting multiple choice? Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Not the book, not the bouquet. That should make sense. Where the victim fell to the floor. Because that's how we call it in England. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you this at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, on the floor. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Yeah, me too. The stream's got to end sometime. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Well, I'm going to assume this is roughly across the street from where that X was. I'm hoping it's going to be generous to me.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
I think I might, sweetie. Sir. On the evening in question, Mr. Garreteb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move 360 no scope was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during that 15 minutes while you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, and that's why he's so tired, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road, except the bouquet, because apparently he wasn't paying attention. But the constable overlooked one thing, the bouquet.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Okay, that's why he missed it. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Roly Beat? Uh-oh.
I'm going to get serious now. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Oh, I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. What? Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly, Miss Molly. Order, order, order. What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
She's not dead. Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I like how they have matching scarves, too. I didn't mention that before.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How can you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Let's see. What's the best example for this? Wouldn't be that. Wouldn't be that. Wouldn't... Wait. It might be this. Incident report. Reporting officer. It might be the book that Rolly gave us. Because what I really want... Okay, this doesn't mention... Well, it says anniversary here. The problem is... Must investigate with initial investigations, help detectives, any crime that falls under the jurisdiction. So he was trying to avoid it falling under his jurisdiction because it would have interrupted his wedding plans. So how do I sell that? The warrant card seems like the most likely one. It's not those. It couldn't really be that. I don't see anything else heavy on the actual mentioning of the wedding anniversary. So let's roll with this and hope for the best.
Take that!
Music ended. Yep, I got it.
I realize I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? Are you an idiot? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Which was the other thing I was thinking about presenting.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal
when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But, sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
There it is. 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 There it is.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Like I said, really shouldn't have done that. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat. Is it, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Get it on the other side, guy's side of the road. I want nothing to do with this. Yes. Everything you said. It's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly.
to summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
To his credit, he admitted it a little more easily than most of the people on the stand. If you go through Ace Attorney, man, some people just fight tooth and nail. But this guy, once we started getting on the right track, he was just like, oh, I kind of did do that. I admit it.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street, and then... I did a dumb...
I can't believe this. Literally, I can't.
I'm gonna cry like an anime character. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable.
Oh, here's a new song.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Raleigh. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Well, that explains why they keep calling her dead. She just thought she was. Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly. That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th, being the one that fell from the windows upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it to me now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir.
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Huh? Never again, sir? You mean to say?
Leave. Now. The trial is not yet over.
Sir!
See, Zeeks is a good guy. You let him keep his job. Zeeks is a bro. He's an asshole, but he's a bro. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime? This is going to 5 hours, I can feel it. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. Okay, I take back what I said about you being a bro. You're real dumb, because this opens up a major new possibility. All that was a big how do you do for very good reason. That establishes some wonderful stuff for me. I basically win. You're screwed.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of that possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will. And if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Hey, come on, you know. Come on, Van Zieks. You know. Turns out E-Honda can't handle a knife like Cody.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier.
In order to finally reveal the truth about this case... Oh, it was almost a 360 no-scope. I was expecting it. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, E. Honda.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
What? Why are you objecting to this? Come on. That request has already been denied.
Objection!
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. 360 no-scope? Nope.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh, crap. I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
Well, at least she's admits it's her husband.
And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia just said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh.
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing...
How would you expect me to know? Oh, you just admitted to having several at home. Exactly. Yeah.
What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrideb? She's still one of 2 black holdouts. Come on, old man, throw that white up.
Now, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop, chop. Do your best.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. See you are, bro.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, I think she's aware. I think she's very aware. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in the court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, let's do it. Get your ass up there. Oh, look at this dramatic angle. This is such a strange feeling, like the camera's in a different place. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Yes, my name is Joan Garrideb, and I'm, well, it's complicated. I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or whatever anymore. Yeah.
I'm a Street Fighter character.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in that room. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dearie?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrett, then? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Sure. What he said.
Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incinerated battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, jury number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
I'm hoping this is the last testimony. I mean, I feel like we're kind of at the truth already, honestly.
Sir, at once. Let's do it up.
The Battle of Garrett.
Yep, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over, set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of mine, you'd have a job proving it, I think. You'll have a job proving it, I think.
That broken off end is going to be a part of that, like wherever the end is. If it's in her back, then that's going to suck. But I have a feeling it's somewhere else.
It sounds as though that was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Now, you didn't have to say that. The enemy caught us on the hops, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself, there's only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? You guys need one hell of a counselor. I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticeable. It's like a trance state. Ask Psy'Min about it later. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right. I mean, the fact that this is even a possibility means Soseki-san can't really be, convicted, right? You can't prove that this didn't happen.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
So this is the last cross-examination.
All right, let's do it.
5-hour stream incoming. God, you two look goofy.
Yep, on the day you're referred to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Come on, progress.
Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though. Got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If the bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, well, you'll have a job proving it, I think. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I
can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
Yeah, she's got to be feeling like shit.
If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch the trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Saseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence, which I'm pretty sure is... Where is that tip of the knife going to be? We're going to have to press the hell out of this, but I don't know where the connection's going to be.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. Oh, the love letter, yeah. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked inside the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrett. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. 100-hand slap. Just mashing medium punch. What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. Single life for me, by the way. F that.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyway. A likely story. My name's John, damn it. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the windows open.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. The most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Had to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, see? The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, a little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you see, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Okay, no mistakes so far.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Whoops. Skipped again.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Suzuto takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it is. How does she know I was thinking that? Because it's true. So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? Could you please incriminate yourself and make this easy for me? No, definitely not. In all honesty, I don't recall. No idea. But I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin. Is she bullshitting? Is she?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir?
Lena just spins his pipe. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again? He's not doing it again.
Mr. Garrett. What? Don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, nope. Just that barrage of projectiles, the only thing launched in my direction, was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Yeah, not napkins, though. Not sponges.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. There's a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Oh, it's this pipe. It's going to have the thing. It's going to have the tip stuck in it, isn't it?
Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of a soft projectile, she did. Yep. And when it went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account.
That's got to be where the tip of the knife is. It's got to be.
The defense believes Mr. Carradim's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Why are you fighting me on this? I get to add what I want.
Indeed, common sense one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Get ready for more tea.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
The pipe has been entered into the court record. I hope I didn't speak out of turn. I was just feeling rather disappointed that your request was turned down.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Yeah, no shit. Again, no way in hell. Oh, what's that?
Oh, something just twinkling inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake.
What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? It couldn't be.
There we go. Well, I examined the knife earlier, so we know what that's about. I thought this changed. It's text. I guess not. Well, whatever.
What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
Whoops. That was the wrong hotkey.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leatherwork.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. Such a good deal. John proposed to use 2 knives at mealtime too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of... We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of burn victim. Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony then, witnesses.
Sir. Here we go. If that bully thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
I have a feeling this is where we stick the tip of the knife, but I do not trust this game, so we're going to press and see what comes up.
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife unless we can produce proof? Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent?
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
The very fact that there's two possibilities really should mean you can't convict him, but okay. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin. Or so they say. But I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. Oh man, Emma Sky's gonna wet herself over this. But as for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett house. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Just dump Emma Sky's cocaine all over it. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? I think I've seen this already.
Alright. I think I know the call here. And we've got lots of health at this point, and I'm pretty sure this is the last testimony, so I think I feel pretty comfortable. Throwing this in your face.
Objection!
Hell yeah. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing, being asking about every other letter on every other word.
Going pretty good, Dr. Genesis. We're almost done. We're in the final home stretch. Probably done in about 30 minutes. Been going for 4 hours, though. So, yeah, it's been going. You must very dussy. Did I miss a typo? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Oh, I can feel the 360 no-scope welling up in me. Cannot wait.
The hell? Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Literally handed it to me. My pipe, you say? Boy, Jill, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it's in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, that we already prepped for this because we were smart, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. It should be pretty obvious. There's only one thing in evidence that even remotely has anything to do with a blade. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present this pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? I was wondering how they were going to let us combine things like you can in other games, but I guess they're going to do it like this. I felt like the text changed the last time we examined this, but I'm just going to trust that it's in a state that we can just toss it out.
Take that!
Music finished. We're good.
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing, because we checked it out earlier.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. That's a thing? And what of this particular knife? Were you not listening the last 5 minutes? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Bad news for you, it's right here. No, that's not the case. The hell? The tip of this particular blade's knife, here it comes, is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gerda's pipe. Oh! Lord Van Zeeks, I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! What is wrong with the back of your outfit? It looks like you crapped yourself, dude. Order! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Yeah, you know what's up now, buddy. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle, yeah, he knows. He knows. He already knows I just won, yeah. Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did this fragment of metal find its way into Mr. Gerda's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of a soft projectile, she did, yep. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh! Crap!
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gerda flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gerda, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Good Lord! Yeah, and that is when this tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gerda's pipe. The chances of that happening are a million to one. Yep, convenient BS, that's what this trial's all about. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. One of them. Probably her. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Gerda's house, 360 no-scope, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh.
Minor breakdown.
Objection!
Yeah, I think there's one thing we haven't covered yet, but it's easy enough to figure out. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? I just really want to blow through this because I'm pretty sure I know what it is and I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yeah, in her... Oh! Oh my... Why did you do that?
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Please don't hit me again. That was a fierce that time. Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Order, order! Quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head.
I want to see the thing fade. Does it fade? How does it fade? I don't get to see it fade. I'll watch it on the playback.
Well, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never knew his theory. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. What? It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
If a theory had even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Oh, there's a new pose.
We were so close I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way's been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
I'm assuming that's Susato, yep.
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you use there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend.
Stop calling me that!
Well, your silence speaks of volumes. A tactic acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. Is this a new minigame? What's going on? It's a test. Yeah. Do I get to do the brain lasers like in Spirit of Justice? If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, that can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Please let it be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
I'm just now noticing a lot of dropped frames. I am hoping that's over the course of this 4.5 hours and not somewhere where it got chunky. Ah, well.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle.
I say a lot of frames, but a lot is relative.
If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. I'm assuming it's going to be this, because she was bending over to pick it up.
Take that!
Take it. Take it right in your pie hole. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garib's book? Yep, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, as part of his testimony,
Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't think she'd have been doing much of anything, much less reading. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Boy, Bujingo! Oh, I think I'm beginning to see what might happen now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garrett, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but, I suppose she might have reached down.
Oh, there it is.
And picked the book up.
That's CG for 1 second. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens.
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, whilst the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Mrs. Green, was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume. Lots of by chance going on today. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. I mean the ground. I gotta stop saying it. It's the ground. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. Yeah, you got it now, buddy. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Lots of accidental culprits in this game. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, do we get a breakdown animation? Are you just going to dump tea on his head?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garrett.
Aww.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly.
I'm sorry. There's the breakdown. Thud. Yeah, I was going to say, how are you carrying that, buddy? I know you got a bad back. There you go. There it is. What? Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrideb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. Oh, did Olive Green get up? I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctors believe she will regain consciousness soon. Well, that's good. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Saseki and Natsume.
What? Is Kevin Bacon still behind me?
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. We'll say nothing.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh, no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yeah, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed, too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. You gonna do a dance for us, buddy?
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. The ghost of Kevin Bacon.
Poor Saseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away.
I should have called for help, for a doctor, at the TARDIS, for the police.
Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Everyone's just apologizing all day here today. I mean, you're still going to die. It's the Reaper. You're innocent, but you're screwed. I'm curious how that's going to go down, because, I mean, that's the thing, right? Even if you're found innocent, if Van Zeeks is the prosecutor, you're toast. Your day is done. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. Weren't we, Van Zeeks? Elbow, elbow, nudge, nudge. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks, no, not thanks to him. And thanks to our young lawyer here from the east, yep, give me all the credit, baby. That chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. I really shouldn't be accepting that. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? Somebody hit juror number 4's button. As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you that we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare that the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect that the woman next to me, that's for sure.
He's just going to do it, all right. Sitting in for the old beam while she's out of action, you know? But I know what a decision will be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. What? I say, yeah, don't care. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Oh, is that his voice?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. No, not guilty. By Jove. That's gonna set your beard on fire one of these days, dude. You're like right next to that. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not naughty. Nice, in fact. This also seems dangerous, but whatever. Oh, that is an almost 5-hour stream. It will be a 5-hour stream by the time we're done. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. That's... I don't know. You seem like one of those types, man, that just gets caught up in these things. I don't think the second game is going to be kind to you for some reason. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'll... Transported to tears. That's only 3 T's. Man, you're getting weak on that alliteration, man. Getting weak sauce. Alright. 5-hour stream, new record for the channel. Let's wrap this sucker up. At least it started earlier than it was supposed to. I mean, imagine if that client had actually shown up and I hadn't had her for dinner. We'd be starting 2 hours later and ending 2 hours later. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? Why couldn't you use the part that's actually my name? What's wrong with using my actual... Yeah, exactly. Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Okay, good alliteration, but you basically use jubilant twice. Come on. Heady, hearty, happiness, hooray! Okay, that's better. You've redeemed yourself.
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that, then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink. I'm now going to go diving.
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely loyal locum lawyer.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like that.
I see towering brick buildings, or from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Well, learn better posture.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. Okay, getting better at the alliteration.
You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey rooftop, I bellowed, behold the best barrister ever born.
Okay, I'm sorry I criticized your alliteration, dude. You're pouring it on a little thick now.
Well, that's very flattering. We're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
Ah, an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Who is that going to be? Is that going to be Sherlock? Oh, there you are, my dearest fellows. Oh, it is. Cool. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Am I in time to help? I'm going to save the day. I have all the information Oh, you're done.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what a pleasure to see you. Will you be spelling your name correctly with the new mod?
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. Disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. Yeah, that's about what I thought was going to happen. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Oh, it's you! Herlock Sholmes! I'm going to say your name wrong when it deserves to be wrong. Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal.
I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
I mean, that's what he was called in to find. He's not wrong.
Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh. Yeah.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
Boy, took the wind right out of your sails, didn't he, buddy? I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you want to say to me, sir?
Forget about it. Nothing.
Ah ha ha ha. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry. Really, but...
Saseki, you just got wrecked.
That was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side. You got your anecdote.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious what's going to happen to him. I know he doesn't die this game, but if the curse is consistent, he's toast next game, right? Like he's got to be dead. He's got to die, right? If he doesn't, then I mean, I'm genuinely curious what's going to happen to this guy next game, because I'm pretty sure he's in it to some extent.
Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
I'm going to summon Kevin Bacon again.
It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. Huh? A bit of warning might be nice next time.
Did I get thrown last case? I don't remember if I did. I don't think I did. Have I not been thrown since the boat?
So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
I like how his eyes clear up the instant he straightens up. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city is shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It is my calling to get the hell out of here because I hate it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world and escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all, except it probably is. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
Like I mentioned before, this guy is an actual IRL author, or at least he was a couple of centuries ago. I wonder if that's going to tie in, and just like the chapters have been named after Holmes's stuff, we're going to get something that's based on one of his actual works. That could be kind of neat. Again, I don't know what happens in the second game, but looking forward to it.
And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Well, why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we could only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
What the hell happened to my model just now? I just shrunk and grew like frickin' Ant-Man. Well then, you could take my lodgings. We don't want your lodgings, dude. I saw that coming and I was like, nope. Oh, the windowless one room. Ah, but what lacks in windows it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great.
And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Could you not?
An evil spirit? You're going to get murdered in your sleep by Kevin Bacon. Oh, yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective office attic. I'm too overcome for words. I'm fangirling so hard right now.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out of the question.
I will cut you if you even suggest such a thing.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist.
Well, of course. Oh, no, him. I thought he was talking to me for a minute. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then let's go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Sure you can.
Somebody's happy. Locum. That's not my name.
I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum will meet again one day. In the next game. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, Mr. Holmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, Mr. Seki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Holmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Again, let's blast through this because it's been over 5 hours. Let's wrap things up. This is the place. Hey, there's a ladder. Susato, do you want to talk about the ladder? Is that a ladder or a step ladder? I wonder if it's a ladder or not. So this is to be our new home office. Yes, our new office, yes. Our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? I'm in my casual wear now. Ah, Mr. Holmes. Yeah, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Holmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
Ah, I hope everybody's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Don't have a beat on your voice at all anymore. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. You have a salad shooter.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Ah! Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Why am I reaching for a hat? I don't have a hat. Until I discover the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Why do you look all serious all of a sudden? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beneath London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo,
Welcome to London. That's not foreboding or anything. I should probably put my hat back on. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Holmes so casually spoke. I'm imagining that's going to come up later, because I don't feel that's really befitting the final trial, but whatever. It wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay beneath it. Sure, you got it. End. Well, we got our achievement. Hooray! Save completed. And I think we just go back here, don't we? Yep. Apparently, I don't think the achievements show up on the stream there. I've been watching the stream and they didn't show up. They didn't show up last time, too. I mentioned before I was working on certain achievements from the last stream, from the first half of this chapter. I did get them, but they didn't show up. So, well, it was at least nice that I got them. Anyway, that is it for the stream. That is a 5-hour and 10-minute stream. 5 minutes, something like that. I do believe that's a new record. But like I said, I want to get through this. That was the entire trial for Case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney. That was a fun one. I enjoyed getting through it. It drew on a little bit at times, but I really like these trials. I think this game is really well written at this point. We are going to be hitting Trial 5, the last trial, on Thursday. Not Friday, but Thursday, because I'm going to be out traveling, going other places on Friday and Saturday. Like I said, I got an IRL hypnosis training, hypnotherapy training to go to. Not attending, just helping to manage and mess with the newbies. I love doing that because I'm the only one who does the street hypnosis around here. At least that from that particular school anyway. And like I said, there's a little event going on. I don't want to give away the area I'm going to be in, but like I said on Twitter, you know what? I might be seeing Kiara, Maury, and Amelia of HoloLive EN live at a certain location. So you may run into me there and not realize it's me, because I ain't going to say nothing. But that's what I'm going to be about. I've also got a few other things I'm working on as far as the channel here. Like I showed, I'm working on expressions for the model. I'm working on some not redesigns, but overhauls for higher resolution and some other stuff. I've got some overlays and transitions I'm working on. They're just not ready for the channel yet, but we're going to keep things going. And tomorrow is the next hypnosis themed, or the next hypnosis recording. As I was saying before, just the street hypnosis that I do, this is going to have a bit more of a street hypnosis bent to it. I think some people are going to enjoy this one. It's a bit more about showing the power of the subconscious mind and not just, the usual, hey, feel better, sleep better, that sort of thing. Although, of course, we will be focusing on those more as time goes on. That will always be the lion's share of them. And on Wednesday, we're going to be playing Blaster Master Zero, and I'm going to be getting to why into that we're playing that on Wednesday, but I'm really looking forward to that game. I've been putting off playing it for a while because I wanted to stream it, and that's going to be good. I'm looking forward to that. I hope you do too. So I will sign off for now. It has been a long-ass day. Take care. Be sure to check the schedule, know when I'm going live, show up, say hi. I like to engage with chat, even though there's just a little bit sometimes. Hey, sometimes there's a lot of it, but the more people are here, the more fun it is, because the more I get to bounce things off you guys, and the more you get to be a part of the whole presentation. So take care, have a great week. I will see you next time.